Okay. We are live. We should be live. We are working on finishing up this guy. We are following along with the Bob Ross tutorial series, Joy of Painting, from season 31. We are on episode 11. Can you believe that? We are on magnet 11. It's kind of fun that these magnets, I'm able to get through one in about 8 hours. We do about a 3 to 4 hour streaming session, so one's been taking me about 2 stream sessions. But since we only do it 1 day a week, it's taken 2 weeks basically. But a lot faster than our other ones right now. This one is called Lake at the Ridge. We have the link in the chat for anyone that wants to go and watch that in full with sound, because I have it muted in the bottom corner here. Put on closed captioning. And we're gonna get started. Hopefully we'll finish it today. We'll see how things go. I would like to get it done today. But, you know, we'll see what happens. So when we last left off, Steve had put in these trees and a little bitty bit of land here. One thing, okay, so that is the edge of the canvas. So it is coming all the way across. So I'm going to use some of my hunter green that I've got here. All right. All right, I'm going to put just a little bit of water on my finger, like a drop. Just enough so that I can shape this. Sometimes I need it, sometimes I don't. But I just put some lotion on, so definitely going to need it. All right. So we will work on getting this bit of land popped into here. I might have to add a little bit more on top of it. We will see. How things look after the first section gets applied here. I could have gone with a bit of a brighter green, but I'm not sure if this is getting highlighted. I think it is. Now, he's got the little zigzaggy trees in there, the pine trees. I think I'm going to do our teardrop trees. They're a little bit easier in this size to do. If I try to do that zigzaggy tree in this size, it's just going to end up looking like a blob. So I'd rather do the teardroppy tree that kind of looks like a blob on purpose, right? Ugh. Really wish these allergies would calm down. Tired of waking up so stuffy. I feel like I can't breathe normal. Alrighty. Hope everybody had a good day yesterday, that your week started off alright. Hope everybody was safe in the weather. Things got a little hairy down in our neck of the woods. We were in a confirmed tornado warning. That was a little nerve-wracking. Because while we were sitting in the bathroom, guy on the weather's like, that looks like we have 3 circulations on the ground. I'm like, oh, that's wonderful. That's not what we wanted to hear at all. Okay. Oh, my foothill's a little spaced differently. That's okay. You know what? That's fine. Doesn't have to look exactly like Bob's, or in this case, Steve. Steve is doing this one, in case you weren't able to tell. So I'm gonna make our little teardrop shape guy. Pop him in about there. Let's see if I need to add some more. Actually, I think I need to pull out some of the fluff that I tucked underneath. So I am using acrylic yarn. Traditionally, most people use roving. Roving is a bit out of my budget for the amount that I would need. And I would probably have to end up dyeing some of it to get the colors that I'm looking for. And that just seemed a bit unnecessary when I can go with acrylic yarn and have a multitude of colors at my fingertips already. Now there is a little bit of prep work involved when doing the acrylic yarn. You need to get a, I think it's a sticker brush. They have them in the pet grooming aisle. It's got the little metal elbowy teeth on there. It feels kind of sharp. Helps gets the undercoat off of your double-coated dogs and stuff. You do need to pick up one of those. That one ran me about $6-7. Don't get the plastic teeth ones. I've tried those. You want the metal one. The plastic teeth lasted me a little bit, and then they started snapping. And I had to end up getting the metal one anyway. So, you know, that's how that went. We got one tree guy in. Alright, so Steve's got 3 tree guys in there. Kind of hanging out there together. Oh, that guy's gonna be pretty big. I don't want him to be quite that large. Well, let's see what happens here. I can always flip the tail of this up if that's what it comes to. or we can just trim it. Trimming is an option. And I think I might do that. And just come back in and restab the section that you just trimmed away from, just to try to tuck those little loose hairs that are sticking up on down in there. Just to make sure we're good and secure. Alright, and now we need one more little guy. Actually, let's see. Can I do this guy? This one kind of tucked into there. Now, every time I've tried to put the reflections in, it just doesn't quite look right. If you want to try to do the reflections, by all means go ahead. I am going to omit them. Just simply because every time I've tried it, just doesn't really translate the same from paint to this. Alright, I've got a tiny little thin spot trying to peek on through there. I'm just gonna fill that in a little bit. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna advance the tutorial a little bit. I know it's kind of dark and hard to see in the camera at the moment. Alright, so he's gonna grab yellow. And blue to kind of make a green. And he's gonna kind of add that into the edge of that hill. Okay. So he actually brings that down quite a bit further than I expected. Okay, and then he's adding some reflection in there. And then he's adding some riverbank or lake shoreline. And he's coming back and highlighting that. Okay, so he does add something there. Okay. All right, Steve, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Okay. So for that shade of green, I think I'm going to go to our lime green. And we'll see what we can kind of make happen here. I might end up bringing this down into the water a little bit. Just due to circumstances, because I didn't realize how far down he was going to bring that. Alright. So we made it through the storms okay. Some people were still without power as of a little bit ago. A couple places in Lincoln, they were telling them it could be as early as tomorrow or as late as Friday before they get power back, because of all of the trees and power poles and power lines that are down. So, we lucked out. We had some stuff outside that we hadn't secured, and it doesn't look like it even moved. We had a good bit of rain, and it did thunder for hours. We did have some power flickering, and I think that's when everybody was losing power in the next town over. Because, I think we're routed through a substation in the next town over, so that was... I thought the power was going to go with the way it was flickering. But as far as I could tell, we didn't really have too much damage, if any. Got a thinner spot here I want to fill in. So he used this lighter color and put it down on top of the darker color to kind of mix them together. Now, we could have just seen what that final color was going to be and just used the final color, but sometimes it works to our advantage to put that base color down even though we're not using paint, and it's not going to blend the exact same way. It does, you know, give us something under there to shine through the spots where there might be some thinner sections where the color you're putting on top isn't completely covering it. If you so choose to have it show through. Now we are working small. Might be hard to tell with the way the camera is currently positioned, but this, if you're new, this is 3 inches by 3 inches. Okay. Because, you know, we don't want it too big with it being a magnet. Gotta be a manageable size. Yeah, the edge of my grass is kind of coming down to the water, but you know what? It's all right. It'll be okay. I'm trying to change where on my mat I am stabbing into. That's why I keep moving it around. And every so often, we'll give it a turn. Okay. And we'll have our frame, which is going to cover some of that, right? So we still have to put the frame together. So the frame's going to like cover that much and then like that much, so roughly. Roughly. All right. Let's work on getting that in. And if your needle starts to get a little tough to stab in, then you've got a lot of layers of fluff going on, and you're either going to have to try to sidestep and stab next to it, or slow way down and just be a little bit more gentle. If you're using a larger size needle, you might want to size down. That might also help things. Okay. I'll get this section jabbed into there, and I know I'm like overlapping quite a bit in spots, but those are spots where a little bit thinner than I really wanted it to be. Back in here and stab into our foothill back here just a little bit more. To make sure we're not getting too much of a divot popped into there. That's why I kind of rub the back of it. It sometimes will help the front lay a little bit flatter. Sometimes. Might not necessarily work in all instances. Really depends on how many layers of fluff action are happening in there. Wow, that looks just so dark on the camera. Just looks like black. Oh, there we go. This side looks a little blacker. These are hunter green. They don't look that dark in person. He did not highlight these trees yet. I don't know if he's going to. He might come back and do so. I don't know. Our foothill is definitely not highlighted. He did not do that. It's just kind of supposed to be a distant, shadowy guy. And we'll probably cut off the bottom of some of our trees here. As we work on getting this grassy business in place here. Now, if you wanted, you could probably add some speckles of colors in there for some wildflowers if you really wanted to. Because we're just kind of using this to give us ideas of what to make, and while we are trying to follow along to a degree, mine's never really going to be a direct copy. That's not what I'm going for. Plus, with it not being paint and it being fiber, that's going to be a little bit harder to pull off. Again, just another drop of water. Makes it a little bit easier to shape the fluff I have found. All right. kind of see the trees taking shape there now a little bit better. Kinda. Kinda, sorta. Don't want to put all of that in there. I'm gonna trim the little nub off of there. Alrighty. Just want to stab in all of these loose little bits here. Maybe I should have stabbed all of that in. Now I've got a bit of a gap there. I mean, it's not necessarily a terrible gap. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Hold on one second. My eyes are extra gunky today. Like you can feel them being extra wet. Which is terribly annoying at times. I mean, I could leave it alone. Or I could add a little bit more in there, because I've got another spot there. What is going on with my eyeball? Felt like something was stuck in my eyelashes. Get that sensation where like you blink and you'll have like one or two eyelashes that are slow to unweave from the other ones, and then they like flick back into place. So it makes you feel like something was stuck. I hate that sensation. I was thinking about leaving it, but might make things a little more difficult with our shoreline. Now, if you wanted to go a little more 3D with it, you could kind of felt your trees ahead of time and then come back in and then attach them. That might take you a little more time though, so do be aware of that. All right. Next up is chocolate brown. I'm gonna have to find a new go-to for Van Dyke brown here. When I run out of this color, I really need to fluff more yarn. I started to the one day and only got through like 2 colors, maybe 3, for topping off their bags. I needed so much of the colors because their bags were pretty low. Okay. So let's work on getting... I feel like I got a fuzz in my mouth. Getting some shoreline worked into here. Might have to take a day off from the tissue paper project to get more fluff prepped. I really don't want to do it on stream. That's going to be a boring stream. To be perfectly honest. Alright. So he's got some more land coming into here, which is why I'm trying not to make my shoreline too big. So I don't want it to eat up all of our water here. But we do need enough in there so that when I come back in to highlight, it doesn't completely disappear on us. Might make that a little bit thicker. Yeah, just a drop of water, and I'm gonna slash that across my palm. All right. So we'll just thicken that up just a little bit. I don't want to get too carried away. These are finger protectors. They're to help keep any potential stabbing injury to a minimum. Should I accidentally miss and stab my fingers, and I have done so. It happens more often when I am doing critters, though. When the fingers are more readily in the danger zone of being stabbed. Okay. So, had a little bit of a thin spot in there, so I'm just gonna grab a little bit more and just fill that in. Not a big deal if it happens, and it probably will. At least with the acrylic yarn. I don't use roving very much. Like I said, I've got a little bit of roving left, but not like a whole bunch. Okay. So I will add that fluff back to its holding vessel. Okay. Now we need to highlight that. And what shall we highlight it with? How about we go with light caramel? That's what it looks like I wrote on there. Oh, right. Highlighty bits. Want that to be a little thinner. So that it is visible. But I don't want it to completely cover our dark brown here. We want some splits in there. Here's where we want the thin spots on the lighter color, so that the darker color can kind of peek on through in sections. Alright, so this is like one of those less is more at first situations. Like, you want to give it a chance to build it up. Like, you don't want to go in there guns blazing. Like, slow and steady. So that way you don't accidentally overdo it, because it is easy to overdo it to where you don't have any of your darker color left. Just little amounts at first. You can come back and add more, but just do a little bit to get you started. You can build it up. I just wouldn't recommend diving in head first with a bunch of that color, because then you might not be happy with that particular coverage. And then you'll have to go back and get your dark brown, and then have to start battling it back and forth. If you're gonna scrape the surface to kind of spread out your fiber and position it, do make sure that you do not stab in and then pull. You will snap your needle. You just want to drag the surface lightly. You don't want to snap your needle. That's no fun. Especially if you have pets or small children. Sometimes those little bits can go flying. We've had to hunt down little needle bits a few times. It's not fun. But I have found that they are magnetic. So we have a magnet now that we can run along the floor, try to find it. Problem is, they're tiny, right? So they can really get some airtime and cover some distance. So the last one I snapped went a lot further than I thought it was going to. So it wasn't in my target area that I was searching. It wasn't in my immediate target area, so then I had to expand it outward. Like, there's no way it went this far. Yeah, it did. It totally did. Okay. So when you're doing the little thin wispy guys, those might take a little extra fussing because they're thinner, they're tinier, and you might not realize that you didn't grab it, or the needle didn't grab it when you were doing your first stabbing pass, so you might just have to have a little bit of patience while working on those guys. Okay. All right, Steve. What do you got next for us? Wait, what grass? What are you doing? So he's making more of that green color. I don't know if that's really necessary, Steve. Hmm. Okay, so he's just kind of fussing. Alright. Well, he's gonna highlight the trees. So a little bit of that same color. I'm gonna use a slightly different color though. You can tell he's rushing. Or maybe it's nerves. Okay, so we need to highlight those guys. And add some water lines. Steve, your head's gonna hit the canvas. Alright. Ow. Desk. Desk, you already know that knee very well. Alright, so this is a light green. So I'm going to get some wispy bit of green here, this light green. And start to get some highlighty bits worked in on our tree here. So it's not the same exact shade of green as our grass. I wanted it to be a little bit darker than that. So we need a little bit more. Okay. So this might take a little fussing to get it to where you're happy, as with all of it, really. But we're gonna work on getting those highlights in there, and then that'll stand that out from the foothill back there. Remember, it's a highlight. We don't want to overdo it. Keep that in mind. But that also might look like coming back in a couple of times. To get the amount of highlight in there just right for what you're looking for. All right. So just kind of work on getting that shaped out. It'll take a little bit of time. Not a whole bunch of time, but it'll take a few minutes. Just to get it to where you're like, okay. All right. So I've got a section in the middle there. I just want to add a bit more. Just a little bit more. So I've got one more tree guy like right here. Yeah, they're starting to pop out a bit. That's good. I mean, you can see it in person pretty well, but with the way the lights are, sometimes it makes it a little difficult. Just with how bright they are. Okay. So I might need to add a little bit more on that guy because he's like barely showing up. So that's another thing. When you're working with it being real wispy and thin, stranded, it can take a couple of passes because, you know, your strands are so thin by design, so you don't overdo it, that sometimes they will just kind of melt into the background of the thing that you are putting them on. Might take a little bit more than you would think to get it to where you are happy with it. Now, I didn't bring that down quite far enough, so it looked a little bit like our guy was trying to float away. And while floating trees might be fun, not really what I was going for on this one. Alright. That should be good enough there. Okay. Now, let's see. What's next, Steve? Oh, Steve's flying. He's on the... Oh, right. Our water line. Forgot. Got so into highlighting our tree. Forgot all about our little water line. Alright. This I am going to grab just a little drop of water. Now, this might be too small. Like too thin in diameter. We will see. That's why I put my finger on the tail. If I don't, it'll just eat all of it up before I really want it to. And it doesn't need to eat all of it. Now, I'm not pushing down. My finger's just resting on it. Like normal finger pressure. That's all it is. You don't have to be like wearing your hand out, pressing down with all your might. That would be a little excessive. and not really necessary. Now he's got a couple of waterline guys out here in the middle somewhere. Now I'm kind of having to scrunch in a little bit because we're gonna be running out of real estate here. Alright, so he kind of has like one here. Well, this might not actually end up being visible, but we know we did it. That's probably not going to be all that visible over there. I mean, it's kind of blending in with the shade that I picked for our water. It's a little visible, but okay. Alright, Steve, we put our water line in. Uh-oh. Super dark. Ooh. Steve. Steve, buddy. That's a bravery test I wasn't prepared for. Okay. So then he's highlighting that. Now what are you doing? Oh, Steve. Steve. What are we doing? You're not gonna put leaves on those, are you? Oh, hang on. We gotta see what he's gonna do with this. Are we just leaving them leafless? We might be. Because then he's putting shrubbies in. Yeah, I just want to... Okay, he put some stickies on them. Okay, yeah, he doesn't... Okay. I'm like, why are we putting that in if we're just gonna cover it? Steve, you're making me so nervous every time you're ducking your head down. I feel like you're gonna come back and there's gonna be oil paint on your hair, sir. Trying to get oil paint out of hair is not fun at all. That's not it. All right. So he's taking this off the side. How to, all right. So I might have to exaggerate this a little bit. Just to make sure it's not completely covered up by our frame. So I might have to come back in and make this part. And I know he didn't do like a straight green section, but this is what's gonna work better for me. I want to be on the edge of the tape. I'm trying not to felt through the tape, because that might make removing the tape a little bit trickier. I don't know if the camera is seeing all the tiny little, all the little dark specks on here where I've stabbed through the tape accidentally. Yeah, we're gonna have to make that a little bit wider. Because the way it stands, that is like the width of our frame. So yeah, like you can't even tell it's there. That's okay. Not a big... Oh. I did not realize I had left white fluff there. Alright, so we're just kind of shaping our fluff here. And I know he had it coming off, but I want to get a little bit of a thicker bodied middle section. Before I start going crazy adding little hangy bits. Just wanted to make this part of the tree a little bit more robust in here. At the moment we're doing okay with time. Well, I don't know. If I can get started on the frame by 1, I'll be happy. Because we still have a little ways to go here. Right, so get this worked into here. Probably gonna flip this sideways just a little bit. Just to work on getting our hanging bits hair falls out like crazy. Okay. So start to add in our hanging off bits here. See if we can actually get this to kind of look like Steve's. I don't know if it will. Okay. Okay. So work on getting this guy. Or we're gonna try to. I don't know what it's gonna look like with the frame on there. Okay. So we'll have a little bit of it overhanging. And that's okay. Like, it doesn't have to be like completely like further over. It can be if you want it to be. Okay. So, a drop of water that did not want to follow to my hand. All right. So, on getting our next guy kind of worked in here. I know it's going to be a little bit hard to see. It just looks like a black mass at the moment. For some reason, the lighting is picking up this hunter green way darker than it actually is. Probably because the outer edge is white and the tape is white, and the amount of light it's reflecting back. Just kind of drowning itself out. But we'll come back and we'll highlight that guy as soon as we finish getting his dark bits popped into here. So our tree friend is wanting to be a little bit dark and mysterious. Trees get so moody. It's probably because they've been standing around, holding up their arms for years and years and years. Alright. So I think they've deserved the ability to be a little moody. So I'm just kind of trying to fill in all the gaps where the water's kind of poking through there. Okay. Come here. Alright. So, this guy. Put that back in its bag for right now. We're gonna use the lime green. Not the lime green. The light green, excuse me. I don't want to use the lime green because it's gonna be going right over the grass. Just so we have a different shade in there. Okay. So we want this to be a little bit wispy. Now, if you want to skip this step and just make it that solid light green color, and then maybe come back in with the wispy dark green, that's also an option. That might be an interesting look. I haven't tried it backwards. I do wonder what it would look like, though. just trying to match up our tree bits here as we are working in our highlight. A little bit more dark green showing there than I want it to. You do want to pack your patience and try not to rush this part. Which can be tough, you know, because you're like, oh, I'm in the home stretch, we're almost there. So it can be tough, trust me. Plenty of times I have to remind myself we need to slow down a little. Is that a doggy? Is that a doggy I hear? He was in extreme anxiety mode last night. Like, he wanted in the tub, out of the tub, in the tub, out of the tub. I had to sit there and, like, try to struggle to hold him still so he wouldn't hurt himself, because the tub is taller than him. And then when we were able to come out of the bathroom, then he was, like, trying to climb up my leg and digging his nails into me, and I'm like, buddy, it's gonna be okay. It was definitely a long evening. Because then even after the worst of it was done, it just kept rumbling and rumbling and rumbling till, like, well after 10. He finally calmed down enough where I was able to get ready for bed. But we might need to talk to the vet about something that we can do, because it was pretty extreme. And we're in for potentially more storms this weekend. Like, really? Can we just not have a rainy day without these thunderstorms? The other dog doesn't care, thank goodness. The mother-in-law's dog is like, what? I don't think there's enough upstairs in her brain to care. It seems like. Most of the time. Most of the time trying to get her to follow a simple instruction is like pulling teeth, so she really wasn't fazed. But unfortunately, that did not do much to calm him down. Like, look at Snuffles. Snuffles is fine. Snuffles doesn't care. He had no fucks to give about Snuffles not caring. Though I did find it interesting that we only got an emergency phone call for a severe thunderstorm and never got a phone call about a tornado warning. That kind of pissed me off. The second time that there's been a tornado warning and we did not get a phone call on it, and we are set up to get it. So I don't know what's going on. The city is switching to a different notification system that hasn't gone live yet, but they are moving away from it. And they're supposed to be signing everybody up based on their water bill. I don't know what happens if you're not on the city's water and you're on the other water company, because there's two here. There's a county and there's a local. I guess you just have to figure it out if you're on the county's water system. Because some people just outside or just on the city limit line, I think, are on the county. So we're getting them highlighted slowly. Doggo went and laid down, so I was thinking I was going to have to take him out to pee, but he, I think he looked out the door and then went and laid back down again. Or he was trying to get the husband's attention and the husband didn't notice. I don't know what he's doing. He's got his headphones on. Oh yeah, that's coming together pretty good. I don't want it super tight, but I am just trying to bring the little fibers together a little bit better. Work on getting this last little bit highlighted in through here. I'm glad our power didn't go out, so we've got a lot of stuff in the freezer right now. And that would have been a travesty. And a really big problem to lose all of it. At least we didn't have any damage, so that was good. Thank goodness. Because the way I heard the wind a couple of times, I was like, uh-oh. And then around 9:30, maybe going on 10, we heard a loud pop. It wasn't quite the same as the mechanical Godzilla noise. It might have been similar, but it seemed more distant. And then at the end, there was like a pop and a ping, and we're like, what the hell was that? We never lost power with it, and then we weren't sure if something hit the house. But it was still lightning out and raining, so we couldn't really properly investigate. Unless it was somebody else's transformer a couple streets over giving it up or something, I don't know. It was quite a long night. And there was some damage, but at least we didn't have damage, like people nearby. Like the town his grandmother used to live in got kind of messed up with some, it must have been a weaker tornado, because it was mostly like the metal buildings that had their roofs kind of messed up, like the metal, like sheddy buildings, you know, the ones that they like put up in a day or something. And there was some like chicken house damage. We have a lot of chicken houses around here. Alright. This should be the last highlight I need to put on this guy. It's always concerning when you hear the weather guy, oh wow, and it's like, what? Share with the class, what is happening? Yeah, there we go. So he's just kind of peeking out the side there. That should be pretty good. Alright, let me stick that back into its bag for the moment. Alright, Steve. This one is Steve's. He's guest painting. Let's see what we got with the next bit, Steve. Oh, right, he's gonna do those trees. So he's gonna kind of do some birchy trees in here. They're a little messy, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Okay. So, hang on, oh, he does cover the bottoms. Okay. Alright, so we need our chocolate brown. I think I lost a piece of fluff, but I'm not certain. Alright. So, we need some fluffy bits here. Because we do. I'm gonna get some water. Just a drop. Not much. We don't need much for this. You just need enough to provide some friction to shape your guy. That's all. You don't need to saturate this. We're not wet felting. Wet felting's a whole nother animal, and I think you absolutely have to use roving with that. I think. Never done it, so I don't know. Can we stop with the stream boo bullshit? I mean, thank you for giving me the view, but I don't appreciate it. I appreciate the view. I don't appreciate you advertising in my channel. The only thing that's going to get you is a report. Lock. And that account was created on the 18th. Well, enjoy your ban. I hope it was worth it. You don't care. And it'll probably still be a month before that account gets banned anyway. Alright, so this one, how tall do you come up to? About here. Actually, that might be a little tall, but that's okay. Alright. So we are gonna work this guy on in. We're kind of losing our mountains here that we worked so hard to put in. And that one guy is like pretty much gone. Alrighty. So we've got this tree and its friend. And then we've got a little bit of land to go. We might end up going a little late today. I wanted to start a little bit earlier, but my brain's tired and I had to get dinner started. Just all of the things were happening. Okay. And I had to empty a frozen water bottle that I put food coloring in. But sometimes I have to sleep with ice on my neck or I get too hot. So I use those because I just like wrap them in a sock. It works pretty well, but I put food coloring in them because when they go in the freezer, that way we know where they came from and what they are. And one of them leaked, so I had to get rid of it, and when I went to empty it, I got food coloring all over my hands. It actually washed off pretty easily. I was worried because it had gotten on my fingernails too. I was like, uh-oh. I'd washed my hands a few times. But we did manage to get that cleaned up. Okay. So our birch tree won't look completely identical. And again, that's okay. We don't really want it to be completely identical. We want some of our own twist popped in here and how we're seeing it. Everybody's gonna see it one way, and then pop it into existence another, usually. Usually. We are gonna just work on getting our white section of our tree in here. Alright. So we've got another one of these guys. And this one's a little bit shorter. Not by like a ton, but a little bit. Okay. Just trying to make sure it doesn't get a little too thick there. So I don't want it super thick. I still have to come back in with the white part. Alright, so the bottom doesn't have to be like super perfect, because he comes in and adds a bit more shrubbery on top of that. Okay. We're gonna get some more of our white here. And we'll get this guy popped into here. Okay. So let me put the white back in its bag. Don't lose track of anybody. Alright, so we need our brown back and its back. Okay. So now we need to add in our shrubbery. Actually, that might be... How far over is our shrubbery coming? Like, I don't want to get this corner too thick because of how our frame is gonna sit in here. That, that might be a little far. So his is a little more angled than mine. And that's fine. There is nothing wrong with that. Now, we do have quite a lot of layers of fluff on the back of this. So I definitely want to make sure that we shave it down pretty good to ensure that our frame is going to properly fit. Because part of the frame sits on the surface. So if it's a little thick, that might hinder the frame being built around it just a little bit. But let's see what we can do here. We need to add a little bit more to that because of our frame. If we want this to be visible, that is going to need to be a little bit taller. And again, this is really just kind of stabbed to your preference of attachments. Okay, I've got a little bit of a thinner spot there. So just to make sure I don't have any water showing through that section. So I don't really want any water showing through that section. If you want it to show through, then hey, whatever. You stab it and fill it in to your heart's content. If your heart prefers it a little less stabbed and a little more wild, then that's what you should do. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. Let me see how we're looking here. I might lose a little bit of this side instead of this side. We'll see how things pan out here. Alright. Dark green can go away. Back to its bag. Alright, Steve. You got 2.5 minutes left, buddy. Okay, so cad yellow. Oh, really? I mean, it's mixing with the light green. I don't know if or the green that's already on there, so it looks a little similar to our lime color in the background. All right, tell you what, we'll grab some of our cinnamon maybe. All right, so we'll do maybe some of our lime green, light green, excuse me, not the lime green. Okay. So I'm gonna add some of our light green. That needs a little bit more, I think. Maybe we go a little bit with that. And how about we grab, what was this? Some glorious gold. It's kind of like a burnt Indian yellow. It's not actually like gold. Not like metallic-y gold. Hey, Ari. Oh, hi and bye. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. Have a good day. I think you've left already. Appreciate it. Alright, so we are... You haven't left yet, but sort of not here. Oh, that's fine. No worries. Thanks for popping in. Enjoy your time in the Lurkers Lounge. Okay, let me see. Okay, so if that guy kind of sits... Alright, it's kind of peeking up there. I'll see if I can get a couple more a little bit taller. You found a game. Fantasy Life. The Girl Who Steals Time? Huh. I'll have to take a peek at it. There was a new Hotel Architect game that I saw just hit early access today. Geekism was doing a video on it. I didn't have time to watch all of it this morning. That looked interesting. I might see about picking that up later. But I also kind of want to get back to Timberborn. I'm really bad at it. And I don't know when I'm going to do it. I want to get to Moonstone Island. You want to see Timberborn? Bad thing, it's a lot of money. Yeah. What is it, though? You gotta play? You didn't know you had it? Yeah, I've had Timberborn since it was in early access. There's a couple of videos of me trying to figure it out on the YouTube channel. I think from a while ago. It's been a hot minute since I've picked it back up. I am so bad at it. But I do want to pick that back up. I think Honey, I Joined a Cult is going to start next week on the YouTube channel. I think the 30th might be the first episode going up. Maybe? I can't remember. I've got stuff scheduled through July at this point, or through June, so my dates might not be correct. I have to schedule... I exported the live streams from this week, I just haven't scheduled them yet. I think those are going to be going up towards the end of June. Like, we finished our Funky Fish, but it hasn't even gone live on the YouTube channel yet. Feel a little bad about that, but... Coral Island on Crack, 14 different jobs they call lives as one person, and it's also multiplayerable. I'll have to take a look at it. Is it on Steam or is it on console only? Because if it's on console only, then that's not going to happen, unfortunately. But if it's on Steam, I can take a look at it. Or if it's on Game Pass, we can try to take a look at it.
What game?
Fantasy Life The Girl Who Steals Time? I had never heard of it, so I don't know anything about it. Linked above, it is on Steam and on the consoles. Alright, if it's on Steam, we might be able to. You said it's like $4 signs though, so I don't know. We'll have to save up for that. We are putting in our little shrubbies here at the bottom. And then we just have to add some branches to our tree. I don't know why he just didn't add the branches in when he was putting it in. I had tried to look at Sugar Dew Island, and I was really excited for it to come out. And then it hit demo. Oh, $40? Maybe 20. Well, you know, I can always wishlist it and see if it goes on sale. You never know what pops up on the Steam sales every so often. Yeah, no, 40 is a lot. I mean, it can be budgeted, but I'll probably take a look at it, maybe add it to the wish list and see if it pops up on a Steam sale. Like, I was thinking it was gonna be closer to 60. I mean, if I want it bad enough, we can make it happen at full price. Like, I mean, I've paid full price for WoW expansions before, but so 40 is not so bad. When you had like all those dollar signs in there, I was like, oh. I was like, oh no. Is this like WoW pricing? I mean, especially not that now that I'm not playing WoW, we've got a little bit more dollarage for other stuff. Oh, 60? Still. I mean, it's not terrible. And it might go on sale. I've seen some pretty hefty sales on things on Steam before. So we can take a look at it, and maybe I can try to find to see if anybody's got some demo videos of them actually playing it. I don't always trust the live play videos that they have running sometimes on the store pages, because those are people that tend to know the game a bit better, because it's usually the devs or something playing it. I'd rather see somebody that hadn't played it before try to stumble their way through it on YouTube sometimes before I really get in there and get my hands dirty. Unless it's something like I really wanted, but I can take a look at it. See if it looks like something I can even play. No worries. No, we have Timberborn, we have No Place Like Home. I haven't touched that in a hot minute. I need to get back to that. We completed Bear and Breakfast on the YouTube channel. I played that as far as I could possibly take it. There was talk that they were going to be trying to expand it, but their lead artists ended up getting diagnosed with cancer. So that got kind of not completely derailed, but it definitely slowed down their timeline. So we'll see if we end up getting any more Bear and Breakfast content. If we do, we'll go back and add to the playlist. We'll go as far as we can in Honey, I Joined a Cult. I don't know what the end game with that is. If there is an end game, I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. I guess it really depends on if all the people leave and we run out of money. See about adding some more. Shinaninanim. Shinaninanim. Kind of like an enemy. I feel kind of bad. We haven't been to the zoo yet this year. But didn't really have the money to go to the zoo. I mean, it's not uber expensive to go to the zoo that we do go to. Like, the entrance fee is not expensive, but it is a 2-hour drive. So it's gas, snackies, lunch. We try to bring our own lunch because the lines at the places that are there are kind of long. So, alright, let's see. So, a bunch of stuff happened in the chat. And it's second in the series. The first was a Nintendo 3DS game. Okay. Well, that one we don't have. That's me. I have a hard time spending money on games. I take 60. Okay, that's further up. You didn't pay attention. You quit WoW. Yeah, I quit WoW. I quit WoW. There was a couple reasons behind that. I was involved with WoW challenges for several years. I actually did a lot of... I was a mod for their Discord for a while. I was on their podcast several times. I was on the co-host rotation for a while after Stone left and had to step back due to his health issues. And I was working pretty closely with Lita. I was their article writer. Maybe that's where you found it. Could be. I wrote all of, well, not all of, but I was writing their holiday guides. I was writing the celebratory articles for when people dinged Max. And I also managed to get, at the time before I left, before Dragonflight came in, I managed to get every single class in the game, including the hero classes, so Death Knight and Demon Hunter, to max level as a Bloodthirsty. I mostly played the Bloodthirsty challenge. I had a couple pacifists. I ended up stepping back, though, because at the time my dad was sick and was about to be put on hospice, and we didn't know how much hands-on he was gonna need at the time, so I had to, like, completely write out everything that I did for Lita because she hadn't done it in so long. It did fall apart? No, it's still there. Lita started having her own health issues. So the podcast is now every other week. I don't know what the Discord following is right now. Fair passed away. A couple of months ago, I believe. As far as I know, Stir is still involved, and he's kind of co-captain with Lita last I was in there. But then I had to step back because of life, and I didn't know if I was gonna have to go back to work. My husband was still trying to get his disability sorted. He was fighting to get that figured out. And so, because I was taking care of posting the podcast to all of the places for her and editing all of the things and stuff, so I had to kind of outline everything for her. But the last I heard, the podcast is now like every other week. I still see it going up on the YouTube channel. She had to take a break from the podcast for a few months. While she was trying to figure out what was going on with her medically. I don't know if she ever posted what happened there. I haven't talked to her in a minute. But in all of that bedlam, when Dragonflight came in, it's around the same time that Dragonflight came in, they introduced dragon riding, and a lot of the quests in the Dragon Isles were dependent on the dragon riding and getting up to different heights in the zones to complete it, and they weren't allowing regular riding at that time out there. So you had to use the funky dragon mounts, and no matter what accessibility options I checked off or unchecked, the animations they stuck on the dragon riding were giving me a migraine within 30 seconds of trying to use it. There was a wind effect rushing off of the wings, and on the point on the nose of the dragon, there was a pinwheel circular bit of effect, I guess, for like wind rushing off the tip of the dragon. Those two animations fighting with each other in direction that they were going. So you had this going and you had this going, instant migraine. I couldn't play it. I couldn't play it anymore. And at that point, I had already gotten all of the bloodthirsties that I wanted to get to max level. And our guild wasn't really there anymore. Everybody had kind of gone off to do other things, and we weren't raiding, and we had tried to raid a little bit, but you know, life happened and kind of people went their own ways. We were working graveyard shift and at the time, and so it was a challenge to play when everybody else was playing, and so then it just was kind of like me and our guild, because then the husband got kind of tired of playing. He's like, I'm done. And so there really wasn't anybody in our guild to do anything with. And I was trying to do dungeons on my own with non-challenge characters, and the dungeon scene had just become so toxic for me and so anxiety-inducing that I just wasn't enjoying trying to dungeon on my own in the Looking for group. And so I'd been doing the challenges to kind of pass the time, but then money was getting super tight, and it was either I was leveling a challenger or I was grinding skinning mats to post for sale on auction house to try to get money to get my next month's token. And it just became a cycle of just constantly doing that, and I'm just like, ugh. And I just got too burnt out and ended up stepping away for all of those reasons. But yeah, I played WoW for a hot minute. I think I was involved with them for a number of years. But I do know that she did have to pause the podcast for a little while. And then it seemed like the podcast went to every 2 weeks. And that seems to be what it's at now. I don't know what the population is. There was also a decision made with pacifists that I didn't quite agree with, but that happened after I left, so I was like, whatever. I didn't really think that should have been allowed. What had been done to me that didn't feel right, but I wasn't in charge of anything and I had left at that point, so my opinion didn't matter for anything for that. Alright, we're just adding our little branchy guys. But yeah, I was with WoW Challenges for some time. I want to say like back to 2017? 2015? Something like that. I was going through my Google Docs the other day when I was trying to set up eBay text because I couldn't copy it from Office Libre because every time I did it messed up the format, so I had to do it on a Google Doc. And I was looking at all the past Google Doc texts. It might have been further back than that because I didn't start out pre-typing all of them in Google Docs. Yeah, Stone ended up stepping back for health reasons, because at the time when he stepped back, it seemed like his ALS was ramping up. And then it leveled off again. And then he came back briefly and then stepped out again. No, Stone didn't pass away. To my knowledge, he hasn't passed away. I've seen him pop up on Instagram and Blue Sky every so often. Fair passed away. They referred to her as the pacifist queen. She was also a mod. She might have come around after you had dipped out. It was Ferre, I think. Or was it Feere? I don't. It was spelled weird. I don't remember. I'm dyslexic. I don't know, man. Something like that. I'm terrible with spelling. But to my knowledge, Stone hasn't passed away. Nobody told me if he did. I don't think so. Although, I don't know that I've seen him stream lately, but... he might not just be in a position to stream lately. Or he has and I've just missed it. He might still be over on X and posting mostly there. I don't know. Or Twitter, or whatever the fuck it is now. But, he did step back from WoW challenges. I think Lita still consults with him on some stuff. But he's not actually, to my knowledge, running it anymore. To my knowledge, she is. Okay. Ooh, don't grab that end. Okay. So pop that guy into there. Okay. Don't want that to tip over. Okay. Matt, I'm gonna sit to the side. Okay, so we're gonna pop our tape off of here. But yeah, no, I was involved in WoW challenges very heavily. We streamed a lot of it for a good amount of time. But that meant like every waking moment since I streamed Bloodthirsty, and I tried to get my characters in dinging range on a stream. It meant I was doing endless grinding to get ready for stream. So I got burnt the fuck out. And now I use that WoW money for art supplies. Alright, actually, let me trim the back of this while I still have something to hold on to. Alright, so this is just the razor I use to clean up the mat. We are just gonna run this over the back, just to kind of get rid of some of the looser, longer bits of fuzz. It won't affect the front. And this will help us get, oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me unplug that and plug in the glue gun. Get that warming up. So that way that is ready to go when we are. But I was a mod in the Discord. Zorts was a mod in the Discord. Zorts left before I did. We had a team briefly. We had a couple teams briefly. Things kind of went sideways because when Stone stepped back, they needed somebody else that could code because he was doing all of the coding for the website himself. I offered to try to learn, but everybody was like, no, if you don't know it, you're gonna not understand it. I was like, alright, fine. And then they had to change website hosts, and they had somebody helping them, and that person, I think over-promised and under-delivered in some aspects, and then everything kind of got borked when they had to change. They changed hosts once, and then it turned out that that website host wasn't going to work for them after they had been there a couple weeks, and they realized it, and they're like, oh, yeah, no. So then they had to change hosts again, and so then there was some issues with getting somebody that knew how to code, because there had been some changes behind the scenes with how WoW was doing API, and the lists kind of got borked for a little bit. And during the time that they were borked, a lot of people stepped away because nothing could be tracked at that moment. But then they got everything back up and running. Okay, that looks pretty good there. Not us losing too much. And 5-Iron passed away. He was real big into teams and stats and all of the things. He wasn't involved on the on like the mod side or the website side or anything. He would help test expansions. Because whenever beta happened, a bunch of us had to go into beta and try to test play the challenges where we could. That was always a challenge. And in fact, in who was it? It wasn't BFA. Shadowlands. We weren't real sure. It was going to be doable because the damage on beta was so bad. We were all getting our asses handed to us, and we're like, this is a problem. But then they put in the skip because people got tired of doing it multiple times. Right, this is a thick boy. I'm concerned. This frame might end up floating slightly. Alright. That's not bad. We didn't lose too much on the sides. My bushes are a little stripy, but they always look like that when I do them, so that's not a surprise. Alright, we need our pen. Alright, I'm gonna put an X on that side. I don't want to have that be the back side. Okay, So we are just kind of coloring in our flamingo footprint, roughly. Paint. But yeah, I haven't even attempted to play WoW since Dragonflight. Because I usually go through and quest run on my main, and I was happened to get the husband to do half the quests, and I'm like, this is stupid. I'm like, how is this fun if I can't play because half the quests involve this dragon riding that is giving me a migraine? And I'm not exaggerating. I had to test it for Lita, and I had to record or I didn't have to, but I did. I recorded a short clip, and it just, after that 30 seconds, I was like sick the rest of the night. I had to go lay down. It was awful. And I don't get normal motion sickness, but every single accessibility option that was there did nothing for that. Absolutely nothing. And they weren't really listening to people that were having trouble with it. They just kept trying to add in more accessibility, and it's like, no, what you don't understand is your accessibility is not working. It's not making this accessible for this issue. And then they finally eventually broke down and let people use regular mounts, but I don't know if that effect was still on the regular mounts. I don't know. I had long since left by the time they decided to do that. But you had to unlock it, right? And I think to unlock the regular mounts, you might have had to do stuff that involved the dragon riding mounts. And I'm like, people, stop it. Because, like, you had to go through some kind of lore master thingy to unlock it. I'm like, yeah, no. Or maybe not lore master. Some kind of something to unlock the ability to access it. Like they've done in other expansions. I don't think lore master is the right thing. Some sort of achievement. Maybe it was a lore master thing. I don't know. They called it a certain thing. But when I stopped doing all of that, I had more time to work on art. And my dad passed away like within a week of me, is it like a week? Maybe 2 weeks of me leaving WoW, or leaving WoW challenges. So like a couple of the mods are like, oh, well, you'll be back. He'll recover. And I'm like, no, 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 this isn't a recoverable situation, you guys. I'm trying to be nice about it. He had a list of stuff wrong with him that he had been battling for some time, like as long as my arm. Like that's not something he's gonna recover from. Don't really recover from a late stage heart failure. Not really recoverable at that point. Alrighty. We are just working on getting our frame pieces painted now. It's like the last podcast I was on was probably, oh gosh, 3 years ago? Maybe 2.5. I don't remember. Okay, that filled in there. But yeah, priorities changed. It happens. No, I've got more time for arty things. Now this one's, oh, you know, I was sitting there trying to get everything pulled out for stream, and I'm like, I feel like I'm forgetting something. I did forget to pull something out. Forgot to pull out the damn X-Acto knife, excuse me. Alright, so we're just kind of doing a rough paint pass on this guy. Because it gets another touch up once we get everything glued together to cover any glue overflow or any fingerprints or raw edges that weren't raw when we were painting, like the cut ends and all. Alright. And this is just another lid from a Dollar Tree shoebox container. I didn't really need the lids on those containers. I just needed the containers to try to keep the colors of my colors of paint a little bit easier to dig through. I mean, now the colors are all mixed together. I did have them kind of a little bit more organized, but what I'd love to do, gotta go sit in meetings and get stuff done. Have a great day. Oh, thank you. Enjoy your, well, try to enjoy your meetings. Don't fall asleep. Thanks for popping in. Enjoy your day. Alrighty. Getting this kind of, we're just doing quick scrubbing of the color in here. This paint dries fairly quickly, so by the time we get everybody covered here, we should have enough dry. To at least start the first phase of frame making here. And it's just acrylic craft paint. It is a workhorse here. We can get a multitude of things out of it. Canvas, unfinished wood, it can do all kinds of things for us. Alright. So we'll get all of that worked into there. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I've got 9 here. I don't need 9 necessarily. Oh, that's right. That was that extra one. I'm going to try to do a little bit more gouache coming up. I hadn't been doing a whole lot of gouache because I was like, well, I was trying to get stuff that I could try to rehome at the farmer's market done, right? And I didn't have a way to display the gouache stuff. Because I couldn't just sit out on the table because it's on watercolor paper, right? And I didn't have any cheap frames to put it in. Sorry, I just had the thought of maybe if I laminated the front. And glued it to a piece, and then I could make a frame around it like I'm doing with these. Like, that could be a possibility. But I'd still have to watch about it getting wet. Because, like, I don't have a pop-up canopy for a farmer's market. I don't know. I ordered some rigid protectors that were top load. I ordered 25 of those. So we'll see how those go. It does mean I have to change the size that I'm painting in on the one project I'm doing. Not a huge deal. But I should have those in a couple days, and then I can cut a sample size and see if I can get that to fit. And we'll go from there. All right. We'll probably have to either get paint right out of the bottle or put some more out on the plate when we go to do our touch-up. I think I'd rather pull it from the bottle at that point so that we don't have to worry about leaving this sitting around to dry. I can't really wash it right now. I need to do dishes. I wasn't able to do dishes last night because of the weather. It would not stop storming. And we don't have a dishwasher, so I am the dishwasher. Alright, just gonna rinse our brush out here as best as I can. At least we're gonna try. It's a crusty brush, but it serves us well. Okay, I do need to get our X-Acto knife, so... You okay? Mm-hmm. What are you up to?
Making food.
Okay. X-Acto knife, our magnets. Alright, so Steve put a few more branches on there than I did, but it's fine. Alright, so we'll leave that as the end view on that. Oh, right. Also, need some tape here. Like, I don't need a whole bunch of it, but do need a little bit of it. Okay. So let's see. Okay. So I need you to be wait, did I want to yeah. Okay. Alright, that looks fairly good there. Okay. So then you okay. So if I've got you there, and then you. Wait, how are you sitting? You're on the edge. So you are pretty much okay. Let me see if I can. Let me pop that off just for a moment. So that was that side. So then this guy. So this guy. Alright, so it means you are there. That's different. Me, since this is the broken one. Okay. So have you there. That's pretty close there. I know I had it upside down. That was on purpose. Okay. Oh, that one's gonna... be fussy. Okay. So, you two. And this guy technically would be here. So it's a little off. Okay, yeah, so that would have been a little short, I think. Excuse me. Don't be getting jiggly. Okay. So, if I that might be a little short still. Dang it. Yeah, it's a little ever so slightly short. So I could bring that one up. So that doesn't really help me. It doesn't help me because Dingbat, you didn't mark it out right. Alright, so we'll see. This one I can still adjust. Although this one I'm looking at over here. Okay. So we're gonna go with that. So there's that. I have so many scratches in this contact paper. Kind of hilarious. Okay, so those are relatively the correct sizes. Wait, am I going here? Roughly, I think. Oh no, wait. That's not right. Okay. Roughly. Are these on the wrong side? They are hanging over a bit here. Okay. So if we use that corner, this is not their final piece together. Okay. So that was about right. If it actually all fits together, I'm gonna do all of this, and then we're gonna get it on there. It's gonna be just off. Because that's how things go. When I am trying to measure stuff together. Usually. And all right, let's see. Are you two? You're slightly off of each other. How is that? I have no idea where that went. I may never know. I may never find it. Okay. In theory, that might fit together. Maybe. Oh wait, that's what that glue cup was that was sitting there. Wait, is this glue or is this... This is glue. I set it there. And then I moved it because I got mad at it because I thought it was from my sealant. Okay, we need some tacky glue. Don't worry, I have more tacky glue if it comes to it. I don't think we're gonna need it today, but... Ah! Well, that's not good. Like, I don't need that much fuzz in there. Like, fuzz in there is not going to help us. Okay. It feels slightly off. Sorry I got quiet. We're using hot glue, so trying to concentrate. Trying to make sure I don't burn my fingies. I need my fingies. Life would be quite challenging. Hmm. It's being difficult today. It's just being difficult. Okay. We can deal with glue strings later. Okay. So let's get this one glued up here. I don't want to oversaturate this with glue. Because I kind of want it to grip a bit more quickly. Oh dear, that's a problem. Okay. Really? I mean, it's a slight problem. Why are you being shithead? I don't know why you're being a shithead, but you seem to be. Trying to melt this glue down so that it's kind of potentially Filling in a gap. I don't know why it's being such a dick about sliding in there. But it certainly is. Actually, let me come back over here. The main problem being that as we are trying to fill that in, that it feels like I'm just making it looser. Okay. Uh-oh. Come on, bristles. I didn't rinse you right away. Is it too late to try to offer him the rest of his breakfast? Husband?
Hmm?
Is it too late to offer him the rest of his breakfast?
I mean,
That clang was him looking at the dry bowl?
monkeys?
Okay. All sorts of chaotic today. Which, you know, not surprising for me trying to build something. Alright, just trying to get the glue out of this, even though it is a quote-unquote glue brush. I still need it functionable for the project I am using it on. Okay. Try to get these bits of glue off my fingers before we dive back in here. Let me try to get the kickstand out of the way here. So I'm rubbing the nozzle around because I don't want this super thick here, because we've already got a bit of a thick boy that I need to get in here. So I'm just trying to make sure that we've got some kind of contact down into the seam, because for some reason I am super off here today. So that guy kind of needs to get like positioned down just a little bit. See if I can melt that. Ooh, that was almost bad. Okay. Just need to okay. That is not one of our better frame builds. See if we can I think they were just slightly off. Okay. We'll see how that goes. Okay. So now that is a little rough right there. Okay. See how we roll with that. Alright, so we're gonna lay down some tacky glue here. We are gonna smooth it out. Just to ensure we get a good contact. So like the whole thing kind of holds itself together. Sort of deal. So we'll spread this all around. Actually, not sure if that's enough. Well, no, we might be okay. Okay, that looks like a pretty good coverage there. Go ahead and rinse the old glue brush here. I'm still finding mica powder that attached itself to that cup. It's not like super apparent, but alright, so hopefully this guy will fit without too much nothing. So this is just a little scrap piece off of our stirring sticks that we cut down to build the sides of our frame. Okay. That's pretty good there. Okay. Now this next part should be just tacky glue. Okay, so let me see here. Okay, so if I put you there, and then you there. So in theory, in theory, it should fit. And then this guy. He is sitting on that. And then... Alright, so we'll try. Okay. And of course we're going to have to do our touch-up coat between all the gluey fingerprints and tape peels and stuff. Always got me flinching. I'm like, oh, where's it gonna fly? Right. And we're gonna slather this guy with some glue here. Okay. Hmm. See, this is the trouble I have with clamping these sometimes. I don't get the clamp on there just right. It starts to try to twist. See, it's the pressure's shifting it. Like this corner has been all sorts of trouble. Today. Nothing I'm doing is making that guy happy. Sometimes we get them lined up really good. And it looks great. And then other times it just doesn't want to cooperate. So since it's not wanting to cooperate, let's see. Maybe. I'll just kind of brush part of this. Is somebody getting sassy back there? Somebody's getting sassy. Is it the return of Sassy McSasspants? Sassy puppy. We're not quite done yet, puppy. We're getting there. I know. I know, it's been a not overly long one today. Not yet. We might actually finish on time. Oh, I know. What are you sassing for? Who are you giving sass anyway? Are you sassing Snuffles? Or are you trying to sass Daddy?
I think he's just sassing.
Is it just a sassy time? Is it just sassy time? Oh, I didn't cut this one yet. Oh, oh my goodness. Buddy. Buddy, I'm not done yet. Do you have to go pee-pee? Oh my goodness, are we finally feeling better? This is the sassiest you've been all day. You were just kind of chilling. You're being a chilly little muffin down there. Okay. Don't know if this is going to... See, I'm nervous to do this, because... really nervous to do it that way. Because my fingers are all up in there. That's why I wasn't using the hot glue before. Because thingies were very much in the way. And now I got glue all over my hand. There are times where I wonder if just a top and bottom piece is good enough. But then there's other times where I'm like, no, that's not enough. Don't cop out. Let's see, are you gonna behave if I clamp you? It's not like a real clamp either, it's just a binder clip. But you know what? When you work tiny, you have to improvise sometimes. So we do what we can. That one doesn't seem to be tilting. So that's helpful. Okay, we've got 2 more pieces here. Oh, now see, I'm glad I remeasured that. Because that guy is going to be a little short. So if I put the line like right there, yeah. Alright, so I definitely want the outer edge on that. Oop. Yay for disc gouges. That's why I flinch, because they flip up in the air sometimes. And I'm like, where are you going? Going somewhere that wasn't approved. That's where you're going. Okay. So we're gonna put just a little bit on the very edge. Just a little bit, because I don't want it to bleed over. Like out from under it, because it will change the look of the fuzz. It'll make it almost look like wet or melted. Okay, this is our side with all of our grotesque pencil lines on it. Okay. It just adds a little bit of pressure so that the glue can grip a little bit faster and I can work on the rest of it. Just another set of hands, essentially. Okay. Now, we remeasure here. Okay, that one still looks good. I don't know what happened with the other one. Maybe I just wasn't able to see it very well. Okay. Alright. That's why I flinched. That one went flying that way. That was better. That was a little more controlled. Wrong cup. Alright. Ow. That was sharp. Alright, I guess we'll go this side. I usually try not to go too thick on this part. I want it to grip and be done. And not get a bunch of glue all over me. Mucking everything up. And that one is a little loose, but don't fucking hit me in the head. Oh, you're gonna be a pain in the butt, are you? Yes, you are. Okay. Okay, so this one I'm just going to have to kind of hold into place. That one doesn't, that one wants to twist too, so. That other one hit me in the head and bounced off and landed next to me on another storage container. Okay. Take off these ones. Okay. Alright, not too bad. For the troubles we were having, not too bad at all. I mean, this up here is a little... Oh, there we go. Can I get you to... like, remelt into place? Can I convince you to stay in that position? That would be grand. If you could stay in that spot. Will you? I don't know. Maybe if I hold it for a minute. Alright, so while I'm holding that one, see if I can smooth this out a little bit. Alright, all in all, not terrible. Actually, we've got more of our shrubbery showing than I expected. I expected was gonna. Alright. Where's our paint? Okay, so we're gonna get our paint bottle here. And very carefully, we are gonna touch up our frame here. Just a bit. Carefully. We don't want to get paint on the piece. Like, that's not gonna do us any favors whatsoever. Okay. This will just take a minute to do one last touchy up paint pass here. I'm not sure if we're gonna need to do one on the front or not. I can't believe somebody is out there trying to mow grass after all that rain last night. Somebody is obsessed with grass. I mean, we need to mow, but that ground needs to dry out for a day or two. I don't think it's quite city cranky height yet. It's been higher than it is right now. The good thing about this paint is that it dries fairly quickly. So we shouldn't be stuck holding on to this guy the entire time. Okay. We're getting there. I know if I was just gonna come back in and repaint it at the end, well, why did you paint it to begin with? Because I can't get the inner edge with the piece in there. And then this is just letting me come back up and do a really quick touch up. Painting in over any spots where we had to fill in glue. And what have you. It's not doing the full piece. If I go to order more of these again to make the same size, I think I'm going to look for squared off corners because the rounded corner has definitely been a challenge to work with here. Okay. Trying to see what I've got attached to table here before I put this down. Don't want to make it worse. All right. So we're just gonna do a quick pass again on the front pieces. I didn't get all of the front pieces. Only got the one side. Okay. Alright, just about there. Have one more side just to finish touching up here. Carefully. I like start to speed up and then I make mistakes. Need to slow it back down. Slow it down. Okay. Alright. Let's rinse the brushy brush here. We will close up that bottle of paint. That can go hang out there. We're gonna need this guy now. You can go hang out back there. We can put the lid back on that. Okay. I just kind of need the front of that to finish drying there before we move on. And flip it over. Oh, that's the broken. These magnets can break if you don't remove them off of themselves the right way. They're very strong too. That corner's still a little wet. Hopefully we don't smudge it. Alright, so just a drop. It doesn't need to be a big drop either. properly. Okay, well, that's the position that one's going to be in. Gotta be quick. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Alrighty. There's that one. I feel like everything looks shimmery from the gold metallic paint. Like, I'm sitting here, I'm looking at the back of this, and I swear to God, it's shimmering. Is it different? Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, I had gotten a little bit of glue on there. Oops, doodles. Okay. And we are pretty good here. I don't think that's gonna be too problematic. I mean, it's trying to magnet the blade to it, so I think it'll be okay. Alright, so we are all done. Another one, you guys. Another one in the books. So next week we'll start number 12. There's 13 tutorials in this season. I think all of the seasons have 13 actually. But yeah, one more in the books. And what's the one for next week that we'll be starting? Let's see here. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is a wintry one. So it kind of looks like a tiny winter cabin. So that should be exciting. We'll be back tomorrow with Planet Zoo. So that should be fun. We'll be working on landscaping some more around the bear tunnel, along with the bug houses and getting those squared away. So that's it for today. Thank everybody for stopping in and checking out, see what we were up to today. Don't forget to follow the socially links down below. We've got links to the eBay store, the Ko-fi, the Blue Sky, and the YouTube channel. Sorry, I had to think for a second because we've changed what links are there. So yeah. You all have a good night. Stay safe, and I'll see you tomorrow.